Element's just a little too quick. How are you doing, Perry? Good one. I think we're good to just start working on this chunk. Do it. Hello, Shattered Pixel. Calling Trackmania Tasses, what's that for? Ah, okay. I've seen very little gameplay of that game. Seems cool. Anger alert. True. Surely there's some Italian dude named Alfred O. Sauce. Surely. If someone can be named Gay Bowser, then there's gotta be someone named Alfred O. Sauce. What's up, Bat? How you doing? Nice and chill. Oh, we actually got some air pocket. Incredible. Oh, there's a dungeon here. Oh boy, there's gonna be millions of zombies. Alright, I gotta run in. Oh my goodness. Ouch. Oh. This is crazy. life is Roblox, then I would never be born as someone who's never played Roblox. Back. still would not convince me to ever spend money at McDonald's again. Last 2 layers. This is a fast chunk. Compared to the chunks we've done so far in this quadrant. Yep. There we go. Chunk complete. Alright, let's punch that in. That is number 263. 1 hour, 29 minutes, 10 seconds. Yeah, that was 9 minutes faster than last chunk. Pretty crazy. Alright, and then on the chunk map, 263. Let's do something. Alright, what's my diamond count? 4340. So that is 15. How many diamonds did I get? 35. Blocks in deep slate. See, blocks 14,242. And then deep slate, probably gonna be like 12K. Yeah, 12.2K. Okay, nice. that out. Alright, there we go. All that's punched in. Time for next chunk. Make it daytime first. Away diamonds. Put away these pickaxes. Interesting. Let's see. Put that away. Start from this end. Drink water and we'll get started on this one. Okay, sorry, got a little distracted. Life is like chunk mining. Some chunks could be a lot harder than others, but you must not let the chunks mine you. You never know what amazing thing you may find in each chunk. Well said, well said. You're getting it. How are you doing, Meow? I'm good. I'm getting out of Osu, actually. More focused on this now. Speaking of which, time to start this chunk. Chunk mining is cool, I agree. Had a little bit of an Osu phase recently, but I think I've realized that I want to just focus on this fully for a while. Especially because I really want to try and get this done ASAP. So, can't do that if I'm playing Osu. Actually wanted to come back to Osu for a long time, but struggled a lot. What did you struggle with? The community is so cool though. People from Reddit helped you a lot. If you find the right people, I can agree. So demotivated because you've been getting worse? Ah. Yeah. I can relate to that. I mean, that was actually one of the reasons I even started doing things other than playing the game everyone else plays it. Like, I stopped playing for performance points because I'm like, I'm not getting any better and I'm not playing well. Kind of funny though. Becoming a score farmer actually made me the best version of myself as a player that I ever was. It's among the reasons. It's not the only reason, but it basically like snowballed into that where like the first thing in my mind that changed with my relationship to Osu was just not improving anymore as a player, and playing for performance points was a really frustrating experience. So at first I decided to do SS farming and that was really fun. And then I took a break from that to try and play for performance again, and I was like, this still sucks. And then eventually in 2019, I was like ready to give up until I saw, like, I was ready to quit Osu entirely in terms of playing until I saw Chasuma completing Osu. And I was like, this looks pretty fun. I did SS farming in the past, why not just extend that to playing everything? And it kind of just took off from there. And I actually became a way better player. Like, 2021, I was probably setting the best plays I ever set in my entire Osu career in the middle of Osu completion. I wouldn't say probably, I was. Yeah. And that mind shift changed completely. But of course, I'd never really focused too hard on that because my goal was still completion. Like, I just enjoyed completion so much that even becoming the best version of myself in terms of an Osu player, like, that didn't distract me from my ultimate goal at that point. I was like, I just want to do this. So, by the time I completed Osu, I'm like, well, it's not really much for me left to do. I still continue to play, but definitely a lot less than I used to, and now I'm just kind of at the point where, like, I've done everything I wanted to do. There's, like, a few scores I wish I could have done, but, like, I feel like if I kept pushing my skill level, there would always be scores I want to do. So, I don't think that's really enough motivation for me to keep going. But it's a little different for other people. Some people find that to be enough reason to keep going. And everyone is at a different point in their OC journey. Like, I've been playing for 13 years. I don't have anything to prove to myself or to the community. So I am fine with moving on to another project. Not to say I'm quitting OSU. I mean, I've just kind of been semi-retired since I even completed OSU anyway, so it's just a continuation of that. Maybe just more so now. Maybe I'm more so leaning into full retirement. But it can always change. You never know. It's mainly just a priority shift more than a dislike of the game or anything like that. He is trying to play songs you liked while pushing skill boosts are going really bad for a long time. I mean, if you are able to explain like what was causing you to struggle or what was stopping you from improvement. Yeah. In a situation like that, I could see it being a few things. Like, it could have been fatigue. It could have been not pushing yourself hard enough. It could have been pushing yourself too hard, depending on how, like, what kind of scores you were setting. It really just depends, but those were common culprits for myself. Now you just say change your approach, delete all locals, cover leaderboards entirely, explore new maps. Yeah, that is a good way to fully reset your expectations. That's not a bad idea in the slightest. Nice. Yeah. I mean, look, I've heard this phrase before, but comparison is the thief of joy, whether that's comparison to others or comparison to yourself. So deleting locals and covering up the leaderboards is not a bad idea at all. I mean, I feel like if you're playing that way anyways, you could probably get good enough at just mentally filtering it out anyways. I know when I was doing Usu completion, I actually would just completely filter out performance points, like seeing my performance points on the song select screen unstable, or just like looking at it in general. I mean, after a certain point, you just learn to not care, even if you physically look at it, it doesn't matter anymore. So I think in due time, it'll probably end up the same way for you if you stick to that kind of mentality. It is a little funny though, because there's been times in my UC career as of late where I'll just set a play and suddenly I'll be insanely rewarded performance points wise. I'm like, I don't really understand anymore how this system works, especially with reworks and stuff, where I'm just like, I don't know what is worth what anymore. The values seem all over the place to me now. Yeah, I mean, I try to look into it too, but this last rework had a giant list of changes that it's kind of hard to know every single thing that's affecting every single other thing. I know the general gist, though, is that at least for things that got, like, insanely buffed, it was mainly reading. Like, easy mod, and especially easy hidden, is actually worth playing now. I mean, we had a literal better system before PPV2 that was short-lived. Usu TP. And the concept behind it, I think, is something that really needs to be implemented in today's age. Especially when players have essentially just one viable play style to gain all of their performance. Like, there could still be an overall number, but I feel like doing what OCTP did, which was break down each play into a subset of skills that are worth different points, makes a lot more sense. Hello. Do you see the new Usu Mega Mix? I did. I mean, I don't know anything about Eterna, but yeah, separating skill sets into their own, like, leaderboards or performance values would be a way to change it up. Honestly, for me, I think this Mega Mix is not as enjoyable as the other one. But I'm sure it's because a lot of the songs also skew more modern, feels a bit forced. That too. Like I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one, but I thought Shinbatsu and Yomiuri playing over each other just doesn't sound great, like at all. I think the part that had Made of Fire and I were awesome though. Burning Star Bookmaker is good too. But I did not like the Yomiuri and Shinbatsu combination. Yeah, that one was at the end. Yeah, I think just having more than one leaderboard would help the problem at least a little bit. The one you liked least so far was the two A-Rush songs. If that was like the one with Temptation and whatever other song that was, I agree. But that's also because I literally don't know one of those songs. So I don't really like there's no sentimental value at all for me in that one. Also, I kind of just don't care for the editing at all. It just looks like all the same modern Usu video editing that I'm kind of just not a fan of. Like, it's not bad, it's just not for me, you know? And also, I think this Mega Mix is not really meant for someone like me anyways, who, uh, doesn't really have much sentimental type feelings towards most of the songs in this mix in particular. Or not nearly as many. 9 whole minutes. I mean, I think the original one is like 8 minutes as well. Yeah. I think for the most part, it's kind of a me thing. I think most people will get enjoyment out of the Mega Mix, and I still enjoyed parts of it, so. There was also a disturbing lack of Toho, so that's also negative points. The Toho erasure is strong. Have I ever played Flashlight Osu as in seriously? What counts as seriously? Does it mean I have to actually set performance points plays? Grinding FCs or SSs? Sure, I have. I have in fact done this. Especially on like older maps. When I mean older, I mean literally like 2007. But yeah, I have a couple Flashlight and DT Flashlight FCs. Maybe even SSs. Was I going for number ones? Nah. Maybe in like one or two maps did I ever go for a number one specifically as flashlight. I think there was like one or two actually. But very few. Yeah, pretty much all of my flashlight playing was literally just for fun. Like I just wanted to flashlight like I just wanted to play the maps with flashlight because they were fun. There was like one or two maps where I went for number one specifically, but they weren't like spin type number ones. They were out modding number ones. I also used to do just flashlight passing on maps too. Like I would play like 5-star like stream maps or something and pass them with flashlight, and it was fun. I do wonder what star rating a lot of those maps would be now, because flashlight actually affects star rating now. It didn't when I used to do that. I'm sure some of them have gone up to 6 stars, maybe even low 7. Nice. Well, I'm being unstable, perhaps. Oh, okay, well then, yeah, that should theoretically be unbeaten. Unless they add even more difficulty mods or something. Oh, okay, okay. Still, cool. Yeah, I think I have a decent amount of 4 mod SSs on like really low star maps on stable. Hopefully it'll be top 50 forever. I mean, if you full mod SS'd and got the highest spin you could, then theoretically. I think the only way you would be losing top 50 is if matter feature group. Yeah, exactly. I mean, there was one point where a 4 mod SS number 1 on a map would be a permanent number 1. Not the case anymore. Ain't that something? But I mean, unless it's a really popular song and map, I think you will probably keep top 50, even if people start playing with like 3x or whatever gives more score than 4 mod SS. Well, is it a song that's going to be popular in the future? A lot of meme maps do not stay popular. Easy. Well, I mean, look, if feature creep happens, you can always come back and just fix the score for more score. There's not going to be a flood of people playing Easy the moment there's more score available on it. I assume that would probably be a convert map then, if that was the case, Meow. Otherwise, that's kind of insane. 15 seconds to X, well, yeah. 30 seconds divided in half. There you go. Fun fact about number ones, especially with laser. On stable, I have 0 number ones. On laser, I have like 118 or something crazy like that. Leaderboard erasure is real, because I think all of them are faster than DT scores as well. I mean, I would argue some of them are actually, like, legitimate number ones. Like, I played 2x versus hidden DTSSs. I would consider that a legitimate way to get number one on a map. Because, like, a 3-star map at 2x goes up to, like, low 6 stars. But I will say a lot of the scores I did are also, frankly, not very difficult, even at 2x. So there is a lot of leaderboard number ones where I'm just like, this probably doesn't feel like a real number one, but, you know, that's the system we live in now. Just a little weird to have any amount of number ones, let alone that many. I mean, even in 2018, when I actually did try to play for number ones for like a brief time, I don't think I ever peaked higher than 20 number ones held at the same time. So it's just very strange. Um, are you talking about like the number ones I have currently? No, I actually never played 4mod for number ones, actually. I think I was mainly playing either... I'm trying to remember. It was actually a pretty good mix of really recently ranked maps and then really old maps. Like Loki, I was trying to be like Toy a little bit. So it was a mix of like hidden hard rock and then like either hidden DT or DT flashlight. Yeah, I had like 1 or 2 that were DT flashlight. I think one of them was DT hard rock flashlight. Trying to remember. Oh, there was a couple actually. There was a decent few where I had number one on it was like hard diffs that were either Air 10.87 or Air 11. to read that. Barely, but yes. I mean, to be fair, these were, like, after mods applied, like, low 5 stars. Memorizing help. Well, yeah, these weren't sight reads. But yeah, I do have a couple Air 11 FCs. I actually did an Air 11 FC this year. Oh, excuse me, hiccup. But yeah, like, I got one recently on, God, what was it? It was some, like, TikTok brain rot song. It was really stupid. I want to say it had something to do with Uma Musume. But yeah, I could still play Air 11 even now. Even as an old man. Of course, not really sight read, but... I am 27. Look, for Osu, that's basically like standing in my grave already, just ready to fall over. Especially, like, I look at the Osu community now and I still see very much all the people who've stuck around are very young, like, except for a couple people. Yeah, Azer said his top play in 2026. Who's the oldest number one ever, actually? Depends on if you mean oldest in terms of current age or oldest when they got number one. Those are very different answers. Well, most likely it would be one of the very first people who ever got number one. So probably like Ivalset or Saturos, one of those people, E-up. I mean, even still, I think almost all of them would be at least Cookies' age, if not older. I mean, isn't Wolf also 30 as well, actually? in any case, I would be very confident in saying. Okay, now I'm confused. Are we talking about when they got number one, or just who's currently the oldest person that ever had number one? Because I feel like we're talking about two different things. When they held number one is very different. When they were rank one, then that's a good question. All I know is that no one was particularly ever that old, so... Again, it could still very much be someone from, like, the 2007, 2008 era, but... Osu, for the most part, is very much a young person's game, so I think that we can agree on. Not that many people ever excel at Osu at an older age. At least for if no other reason than just older people don't have the time to dedicate to Osu. Well, Kokizi is either 30 or 31, so... And he was last number one, what, 8 years ago? Yeah, he could very well be the oldest number one, or like one of the oldest. Maybe the oldest number one we can actually confirm, because I don't know if we can really ever confirm the ages of the, like, 2007 number one players. Certainly none of the ones that I haven't logged in for a decade. I think he just had, like, a relatively deep voice. He's not old at all. And Marcus 20 out, so he's gonna become the oldest. I mean, it just depends on if Terumi Ivana can keep pushing even after rework. I mean, we could always see a different prodigy in the future. There's always the possibility for a new player to take Emrek's place. Nah, I don't think Sapphire Ghost was ever close to number one. Very good player, but not like number one contender. Well, Shadow Soul was also #1 in PPV1, not PPV2. Different system. I mean, Sapphire Ghost still would not have been #1 contender back then either. That's not like a dig on Sapphire Ghost. That's literally just because Sapphire Ghost like intentionally handicapped himself in terms of what scores he would set. I mean, he played sudden death on majority of maps he played. So if you're not gonna play for non-FCs ever, then you can only go so high. And also, he just did not play enough maps for it to matter. Like, that was one of the measurements of PP in PPV1. Like, you needed to play maps. I mean, PPV1 #1s and older #1s are kind of not a measure of skill anyways. At least not alone. It's a lot more of a dedication of skill. Kind of like how the score leaderboard is today. Like, it's just dedication more than raw skill level. I wouldn't say that, Meowk, just because no one thought he was gonna get #1 the first time. He was so far behind. And also, he still has an insanely high potential. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what Sapphire Ghost peaked at, but I don't think it was ever particularly super high. I mean, they were voted in, like, top players of, like, 2013, I want to say, like, pretty highly, so... They were recognized by the community. Just, the leaderboard didn't really reflect their actual potential and their actual skill level at all. Maybe you could even classify Sapphire Ghost as a D ranker if you want to put it that way. But yeah, I wouldn't necessarily know. I mean, the #1 spot changed more often this year than it did last year, so... I think it's possible. I mean, there's still still a couple players that could always potentially challenge for number one. I think there's still Krashina, but there's also people like Milosh, Evoxa. There's players with really high potential. And I think there will still be another player who'll take generational talent to overtake Emmerich. Those are rare. I think it's possible. I think it's even likely to happen, but I think in terms of like overtaking Emmerich in the same way that Emmerich overtook anyone else, I think it's a player that we haven't heard of yet. I'm not sure if players like Evoxa or Krashina are really those types of players. Like, they can be number one, but they aren't, like, literally that good. I mean, I don't think a single person would honestly argue that Krashina, when he reached number one, was the number one Usu player in terms of, like, actually being the best player. It's just a different conversation. To find someone better than Emmerich in terms of like actually just being a better player, that's a tough one. But I still think it's possible. I mean, when I first played in 2013, I thought Cookeezy was gonna be that type of player too, where just no one was ever gonna beat this guy, and that he still would have been number one basically the entire time had he not been banned in the first place. Actually, no, he wouldn't have been number one the entire time, but he would have been number one for like a year. Yeah. Well, I think that's partially because Emmerich has set the bar so high to get number one in the first place that it's really hard for multiple people to do the same thing. So you might be right on that. We'll see though. I think it'd be awesome if we just ended up with two other players or even three other players that were all competing for number one at the same time and able to trade it back and forth. I think that would be very awesome, even if unrealistic. Emmerich, Vaxe, Arrows peak. Clearly, someone did not witness Cookeezy, HVIC, and Rapus. They all play DT. That is Cookeezy slander if I've ever heard some. He just played Air 8 DT. Air 8 DT is a different skill set from 10.3 to Air 11. And also, he did not only play Air 8 DT. His top play at one point was literally the, like, tying remote control. But also, like, Freedom Dive. Freedom Dive, Gimme Chocolate, To My Elegy. some other ones I can't think of off the top of my head. I will not take my slander of this era lightly. I will just have to respectfully disagree with that assessment. I think that's more a symptom of the PP system rather than the actual percentage of scores he was setting. You aren't wrong that DT was just straight up worth more in that era, but Cookeasy also didn't just play for PP. He set an insane amount of Hard Rock scores that no one else was doing. I mean, again, like, just look at Freedom Dive. Literally no one was doing that with Hard Rock at that time. Barely anyone could play in Nomad. I mean, I would still argue Cookeasy was... Oh. I would still argue Cookeasy was the last #1 who could actually go for #1 without just purely playing only farm for, like, the majority of their top plays. Emrek? Maybe, like, 2021 Emrek. Actually, no. No, that's not right. 2024 Emrek. My Emrek lore is kind of hazy, because a lot of Emrek's plays were done after I kind of stopped paying attention literally every day. So, like, 2023 onwards, I kind of tuned out. I mean, he's still the best player of today. It's not even a competition, really. But I look at the top plays of Emrek and, like, 2016 Cookeasy, and it's just not the same thing. I feel like Vaxe didn't farm much. That's not true at all. After he lost #1, he completely changed as a player, but when he was playing for #1, that is very far from the truth. Vaxe became a tournament monster and Nomad monster after he finally lost #1 for the final time. But yeah, I think only players like Cookeasy and Emrek were really the ones that could do #1 player type things while also just not only playing farm or, like, having nearly all of their top plays be more optimized maps of the era. I mean, there's still standout plays and players that have happened, though, like, but there was very far and few between in terms of, like, players who were getting #1 and playing, like, truly unoptimized maps for that occasion. I mean, you don't play Freedom Dive Hidden Hard Rock to rank up, really. That's a crazy way to try and gain ranks. I think 2015, you're actually just coping. Even I'm not crazy enough to say 2015. I think the real answer is 2020. You Rapus is still a new gen player? When did you sign up to Osu that Rapus is a new gen player? That's what I want to know. You better have signed up before him. November 2012. Okay. That's still like barely though. He literally signed up less than a year after you. Start playing in 2021. Didn't really get into the community until 2022. He wasn't particularly known until 2014. I mean, sure, but you don't have to be a known player to be a old gen. Your notoriety doesn't matter. I would say 2021 and onward is definitely new gen to a guy like me. Like, even trying to be fair about it, because, like, 5 years is, like, in most communities, people wouldn't call 5 years, like, really new gen. But, like, it's really hard for me to see anything beyond the 2020s as anything but, like, brand new. I think maybe in, like, 2 years' time, I could see 2020 as not, new gen. But I think it's straight up cope saying 2015 is new gen. Maybe in like 2018 that would be the case. Even 2020, I could see someone saying that unironically. I think at this point, you can't call anything older than 10 years new gen. Everything after Happy Sticks 8OC is new gen. Yeah, that's just not true. This is bait. Back in my day, there was a player called Clementine. Buddy, I'm from the same time. I know about Clementine. Dude, you know who I miss? I miss Peachick. I love that guy. Peachick went crazy in 2014 and then was like, I don't care anymore. Just stop playing. Peachick was Mouse X. Also, that's true. Nico FCing Paradisus in 2011. Everything after is new gen. Yeah, I think he full ulted as well. Mouse X. And the best part is that his accuracy was stupidly good on everything he played. Like, he would have the #1 score on a lot of relatively popular DT maps of that era. Like, he had #1 on Flower Flag, he had #1 on Magic Girl. Or maybe not #1, but he had either first or second hidden DTSS on that. HVIC might have been first. that Mouse X playstyle really helped him hack high BPM maps? I don't think so. I think it helped him be able to tap that fast, but accuracy is a different skill. I mean, like, there's plenty of Tap X and Mouse X players that are not good at accuracy as well. Yeah. I think the accuracy is independent. Like, Peachik had good accuracy and also was able to play fast stuff because of their playstyle. You have the most crazy belief that a popular player was actually a cheater that was never found. No one else shares that belief. Well, it really highly depends on who that player is, on whether you're crazy about that or not. Cinia Pacifica? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, these are all blowing dust off the book type names at this point for the OC community. I think Peachik peaked either rank 5 or number 4, so he was never a number 1 contender, but pretty good player. I don't know, I think you would have to actually bring up proof as to why Cinia Pacifica would have been cheating, but low-key, if you cheated back then and you got away with it, then, you know, at this point, it's just kind of kudos to you. I mean, look, Biko got away with it, right? Can't just drop that bomb. This is not a new take at all. This was like a very popular opinion of that era, that Biko was literally a cheater. And I'm not just making that up. Never more than suspicion. I'm just saying, like, if he was actually a cheater and got away with it, like, kudos to him. I didn't even say that I think Biko is a cheater. But it was highly speculated that he was. I mean, Biko's a strange one, because if Biko was legit, then, like, Biko is just actually a Prodigy player. I think you just have to make the case that Biko was just really a Prodigy. I mean, Biko's scores were not matched for a very long time. I think in some cases still not matched. I mean, Lua was a prodigy. I wouldn't even disagree with that. I mean, before he passed, he quite literally just out of nowhere, not even really being like the most proficient stream type player, just dropped a clip of him SSing the hard stream in Road of Resistance like it was nothing. Like I think he really also had that prodigy skill level in him. I mean, a lot of top players do. That's how you become a top player, especially after PPV2, like staying at the top. You actually had to be good. Jesse or Jesus 1412, whichever one you want to call him. Dude, I love him. Craziest YouTube videos? He did. Crazy videos, crazy playstyle. The guy was playing 270 BPM death streams in an era where no one could play that at all. Even though his accuracy was never the best, he was like one of the prototype speed players of that era. I know nothing about RuneScape, so... yeah. I think the best you could probably do is just try to find old YouTube videos. Either find old YouTube videos or like look back at the Wayback Machine for the OSU leaderboard and just take a look. Maybe try to look up any info about the players we're talking about. What video is this? That's a good one. I don't know if that's impossible in laser, actually. uh, oh man. This is kind of a morbid thought, but is Lua still the only #1 player who's passed away? I'm not misremembering this, right? Still no scores on laser? Probably because no one plays good maps anymore. Since PPV2 for sure, yeah. I think that much is certain. I mean, everyone who's been #1 in the PPV2 era got #1 so young. It's really tragic. I mean, one of my favorite memories was just tuning into Lua's live streams. Oh, and his Ask FM, dude. Oh, man. Remember Ask FM? I don't know if you ever looked at that, but Lua would just answer stuff in the funniest way on there. That guy was actually hilarious. Cookies Ask FM. Dude, Ask FM was so awesome. I mean, Ask FM, I feel like, is where we got a lot of, like, the ancient memes. Like, please enjoy game. And stuff like that. I'm trying to remember what else. I mean, that was on Ask FM, right? No, this is actually a different song on the same album. This is Deep Mountain Dematory. Yeah. Same album, though, so... Sounds very familiar, yeah. I mean, it might be the same... I don't know, actually. I don't know if it's the same, like, bass song. It's good, though. I love Dematory. Yeah. I mean, there's also a ranked map of this song as well. Isn't this Dematory album like one of the most highly rated like Toho albums on Rate Your Music? This album's awesome. Highest rated. It's just that good. It's just that good. What else are we looking at? You don't get how people have stamina for that? Not nearly as impressive as Jesse, but I do have a... I did at one point have the ability to FC 10,000 note death stream at 180 BPM, and I was very proud of that. This was in 2016, where I was really inspired by players who could death stream forever. Sadly, I don't think I have any public live plays of Deathstream maps anymore. I don't even know if I ever uploaded that one or just shared it as like a replay to friends, the 10,000 note one. But I do know that I have either one or two live plays of FCing the like only for you 200 BPM Deathstream map. That one was fun. Who was the youngest player to pick up Osu and grind it? I mean, Emrek would be there. I think, I mean, not a number one player, but Badu, I think was literally like 8 years old when he signed up. Yeah, like he's still relatively young even now. That means he'd only be like 22 or something, which I think tracks. Plasma. Plasma! I thought he started college, so I don't know. I don't know when he signed up, to be fair, though. Yeah, Bored Yes, unironically, would be in the conversation, I think. He's a little too new gen for me to know that much info about it. Plasma started 2017, 9 years ago. Then I don't think he'd be like super young. I mean, he's in college, so. Origin Set. Is Origin Set a different player from Bored Yes? I don't know the top players anymore. Floppa, yeah, I think he just turned 16. I think I saw that on Twitter a couple days ago or something. So I don't know when he signed up though. Oh, 17? Okay. So not extremely young. I mean, when I signed up to OSU, I was 14. I mean, that's older than the players we're talking about now, but like that's still not particularly old. I mean, how old were y'all when you signed up to OSU then? That if we're on this discussion. 15. 11, 13, yeah. I feel like basically everyone who signs up to OSU, minus a few people, or just sign up really young, it seems. I mean, the community still seems so young even now. Yeah. Makes sense. He signed up at 18. Shoot. Does that mean he's in his low 30s now? Meltina. Yeah, Meltina. Oh man. Wouldn't Meltina be like... Yeah, I was gonna say, is Meltina in their 40s now? Because wasn't Meltina like 30 when he peaked? Or like 31 even? Like, people talk about Carthy, but I think Meltina might be even more crazy in terms of age. Pico as well, actually, was relatively old, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Dang, dude. My tier list would be very controversial, I think. The Minecraft community at large is not ready to hear that Deep Slay is an S tier block. My entire project is literally already only the bottom half of the chunks. I mined everything above Y0. This was intentional. Love Deep Slate. We love Deep Slate. This is the most enjoyable part. Saving best for last? Imagine not saving best for last. If I did my favorite thing first, then I would not have the motivation to continue. Look at all this insta-mine down here. See, the juxtaposition between Deep Slay and Tough, this makes it way more exciting than the surface. Because the surface is just all, like, Tough. There's no variance. It's boring. Combination. Oh yeah, Tough is definitely a high tier block as well. We like Tough. But Deep Slay is my number one. Can't go wrong with Deep Slay. Tough is tough. Okay. Diorite F. Bottom tier. Disgusting. Clay. Clay is A tier. Gravel is like a B. Well, okay, actually, gravel in the Deep Slate is like a B. Gravel at surface level is a D. Redstone and Lapis. I would say A. Because it gives me XP for my pick, which lets me dig longer before I gotta go to the Enderman farm. So even though it's slow, it actually has a utility, which is nice. So I would say A tier on those. Lava is S tier, but only because we can turn it into obsidian. And then we mine the obsidian. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, but I turn all the lava I see into obsidian and then mine it. How about water? It's either D or F. Have I found natural obsidian? So, funny thing about that is that the moment I spawned into this world, there actually was natural obsidian in the chunk area. Because there's just a water, like, flow that flowed onto a lava lake. the moment I spawned into the world. So, yes. Yeah, on the surface. It was actually above surface level. It was in the mountain. I've seen it in caves too, I think like once or twice. It's not super common, but it has happened. Honestly, the thing that's more freaky than natural obsidian is natural stone. Like, there's actually still a couple pieces of stone that I found recently that were just naturally generated by lava. I mean, bedrock's kind of an F tier block because I can't mine it naturally. What use is a block if you can't mine it? How highly can I really rate something that I won't use create to contain me? It's true. If there was no bedrock, I would actually consider just mining to the void. I don't see why I wouldn't. But since there's bedrock in the way, and I'm trying to do this naturally, I'm not gonna go beyond the bedrock. I think it's a natural place to end. How much would they have to pay you to mine a chunk with your fist alone? I don't want to answer that until I know how long it would take. And also, with or without haste too? That's another question. Actually, a question, if there was no bedrock, how wide would you mine the bottomless pit? I don't think I understand the question. The chunk area is 1,024 chunks. I don't think that would change. You could just go 10 times down on 10 times less chunks. Okay, you're saying literally bottomless. That's not a thing. And that's... I don't think that's what we were talking about. I don't know, because I feel like that doesn't make sense. Part of the enjoyment of this project is having a really large area to look at that's mined. Digging down alone is not the only reason I want to dig. Alright, there we go. That is another chunk. I'll actually fly around in just a moment, just so you can kind of get a scale of what it's looking at now. And I haven't done that in a while, so I want to take a look too, but... Here, let me set this to 32. Let that load in while I'm punching in my stats. 4, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 diamond ore. And how many diamonds? 15. 5, 15. Okay, and then blocks and deep slates. I'm just kind of doing them however I feel like doing them. I don't have a completely laid out structure for the entire thing. Honestly, even the way I mined, like, earlier in the project was the same way. 14.4k, then deep slate, is 12.7K. Alright, nice. Alright, got that punched in. Update the overlay. 264 chunks. Very nice. Apparently, mining a chunk with your fist would take nearly 3 days of non-stop mining without haste. Yeah, you would have to pay me probably $1,000 to actually consider doing that. Because I would have to take time off work to do that. I literally don't have enough time to do that without taking time off work. And I can't afford to just take time off work. Do you think you'd enjoy it? Probably not. Honestly, I don't think people enjoy mining entire chunks with just their fist. I've never tried, to be fair. And maybe it would be a little bit more enjoyable to do it on stream, but I don't know. I think it would be difficult to enjoy it. Yes, but mining full chunks is a little different, I think. It would take 2 days with haste. That I would still have to take time off work. I can't mine 2 days straight. That's just not happening. I also really like don't give me money to do stuff like that. I will not actually do that unless I explicitly say I am accepting money for challenges. Not that I assume you were gonna do that, but like, you know, I'm not that kind of guy, I think. And also I'm not trying to scam people. Oh, slime. But yeah, this area is pretty crazy. I mean, look at how open this is now. Having this entire quadrant on, this is kind of mental. That is quite the sight. Is that another portal? No? You mean over here? Okay. By the way, this is so awesome that a dungeon was here and it got cut off perfectly. Like the only way it could have been more perfect if the spawner was on this block. But like this was perfectly cut off, and it's like a deep dark dungeon too. Like it just looks so awesome. Is there anything in this? Nothing important, but yeah. But yeah. Dude, look at all these chickens. Mobs love pathfinding upwards, and this is the ultimate proof. Oh. Oh, that's what's been making that noise. There's a chicken that's just stuck on this leaf thing. That's fun. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break, and then I will do one more chunk for the night. It's actually insane how much you mind. Yeah, I mean, that's the best part about this project, right? It's the fact that every time I make progress, I just like it just is more and more insane. That's the fun part of this project for me as well, where it's like every time I put time into it, it just becomes that much more insane and even more awesome to look at. Like it just compounds. Like this already looks mental, standing here, like, if you didn't know that I mined any of those chunks all the way down, just this site alone is ridiculous. But then if you go over to the great chasm I've created, it's just unbelievable. Like, looking at it from down here. How many chunks per beacon? Beacon range is 50 blocks, so whatever 50 divided by 16 is. So what's up, Seer? Most of your viewing time has been spent in the chasm. That's alright. I mean, you could always look back in the VODs. I do have all of my VODs uploaded and caught up to yesterday's stream. Well, I think yesterday's stream is currently in the middle of being uploaded, but yeah. I don't think you ever caught me building Beacon because I built them all before I actually even started digging the actual chunk area. That's why. I mined down and placed down all the beacons before doing anything. But you don't move them down? No, I mined all the way down and placed them down. I guess you would count that as the first digging I did in the chunk. I guess maybe is a better way to put it. But, yeah. I didn't officially start digging the chunks, or like the chunk area, until I placed them all down first. Yeah. It just made the process a lot easier, because why would I do it where I have to mine up and place down the beacons? Did I close the holes? Nope. They are just visible. Well, okay, I don't have the beacon light on right now, but like if I go to this one over here, the way I justified it in my head was like I tried to mine as minimally as possible. Like there's no extra mining I did, and the gold blocks are the same way too. So I did the minimal amount of mining possible. It was, I think if I remember correctly, it was just under 10,000 blocks. It was like 9.4k or something. Relatively low. Not a very much in the grand scheme of the project. I mean, that's less blocks than there are in the bottom half of a chunk anyways. Yeah. Oh, well, actually, funnily enough, this next chunk we're about to do is gonna have a beacon. So we will actually have that opportunity. You will get to see exactly that. Yeah. All right, but yeah, I really do need the restroom, so I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll do one more chunk. So BRB. Okay, I have returned. Let's do this. Oh, yeah. Oh, thunderstorm. Got some ad that's talking something. Hold on. Talking something along the lines of a dance group in Power and Black Moon turn out being an ad for Dude. I can't believe it. Woke commercials are back. Maybe they're realizing that the Republicans are about to get cooked. By next tax season, woke will be fully back. Deep Mountain. Deep Mysterious Mountain. They do live stuff, it'd probably only be in Japan. I mean, they don't even have their songs on Spotify, let alone anything official. Matori come to Brazil. Ugh. What if it turned out Demitori was actually the first AI band ever? Demitori was an experiment conducted by Harvard University. And generative AI is really just one of those things that there's very few things that gets me riled up, maybe to even in an irrational stage, but generative AI is certainly high up there. And I feel like it's pretty rational. Like, I'm not against the concept of AI in general, but generative AI, in terms of, like, music, art, and all that, complete waste of humanity and resources. Oh, skeleton. Dude, nice shot. Dude! How did he not hit me a single time? It was literally in a straight line, one by one. Could have had cool and awesome robots that kill people, but instead they make AIs that plagiarize, or instead, don't worry, we'll have both. I mean, actually, we already have both. I don't want to dive into it right now on stream because I'm not in the mood to completely like turn the stream sour. But like, just look up. God, I forget which of the AI companies it is. Maybe it was OpenAI or Palantir. Actually, I think it was Palantir that helped with AI. I don't know if it was drones, but some AI program to contribute to the genocide in Gaza. If my understanding was correct about that. So, we kind of already have that. Would you feel the same way if artists were compensated by Gen AI profits? If artists were compensated by Gen AI profits, then no one would actually make Gen AI music. Or, like, the incentive would not be anywhere near as strong. So, like, maybe, but, like, that just wouldn't happen. I still think generative AI in its current form just sucks and isn't worth it. If artists got compensated for it, then bad actors would come around and abuse that compensation room for everyone. I mean, I just think across the board, generative AI is just not good. Even if we found a way to fairly compensate people for it. Again, though, we don't live in the reality where it's fairly compensated. Feel like most people anti-AI are not against the technology itself. They rarely feel their livelihood threatened by it. I mean, the thing is that that's just, yeah, that's true. And the problem, especially in the United States, is that at the same time that we're accelerating AI to take over jobs or replace people or consolidate the work market, we are getting rid of all of our social safety nets, not expanding them, not introducing a basic income level that everyone can live off of. So there's there is every incentive to fight against AI at all costs because it quite literally is a matter of life and death for certain communities and eventually the entire country if AI really is that successful. Oh. Oh, another zombie? Leave me alone, dude. Yeah, because I mean, I would say I'm not against AI as a technology, but the problem is that it's not being used to actually benefit society as a whole, or at least a lot of it is not. so many layers of wrongness with how much AI data centers are being rushed through their process. Yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely. And there's been a lot of protests at like city councils and locations of AI data centers that are being built, and I am absolutely loving that for these companies. I mean, it's the fact that they just basically come through and try to ram these things through. What do I think of flock cameras? I think that no one should strip them of for all their precious metals, and no one should destroy them because that is illegal and morally wrong. I mean, truthfully, like, we do not need these cameras. I think tracking down people at all times is not a good way to build a high trust society. Yeah, I think I agree with Bat's opinion here. I have no reason to be against AI completely as a concept. I'm not against technology. I love technology, in fact. Technology is an awesome part of life, but yeah, I do not trust the companies that are currently doing everything in their power to screw over people and communities in the name of expanding their ability to keep the AI train going and force it down everyone's throats. And there's certain types of AI that are just not worth the squeeze. Like, I think generative AI, especially for things like art and music, like, no. That should just not be a thing. AI to help us with, like, medicine? That sounds awesome to me. I would love to be able to find cures to things faster, or just find cures to things that we can't do without AI. Or compute power in general. I think AI should be made non-profit heavily regulated. That sounds like a much better idea than what we have currently, which is make them all the biggest companies in the market and basically have them be able to monopolize whatever area they go into in terms of energy usage, water usage, pollution. I mean, from my understanding, there's already been several US cities and counties that have been poisoned by these data centers. I mean, that's not really new in the US. I mean, other companies have done the same exact thing. But, like, doesn't mean we should stand for it. Doesn't mean we shouldn't fight against it. DuPont was not much better. Having a robot companion sounds so sick, but it's not worth it. The cost of the environment and well-being of people. Yep. Plus privacy. Yeah. Well, actually, there is something stopping them. That's the very companies that are doing the AI expansion. I don't trust these companies to actually do the right thing about the environment, considering they aren't already. And also, why give us, the plebs, a robot companion when we could just have the robot companions be for the rich people and give the poors nothing except starve and die? I think the generations that are worst equipped for AI are any generation except for maybe millennials and Gen Z, and even that's debatable too. But yeah, I think boomers are completely cooked. Gen Alpha's probably already completely cooked. Generation after Gen Alpha is probably even more cooked if we don't do anything to stop it. What song is it? It's Make You Whole. Yeah, it's mapped by Aspen. It's like an 8-star, super messed up aim control map. But yeah, I'm not very optimistic about AI in the near term. Speaking of boomers, I'm gonna go get something to eat. Let's go. Enjoy. But yeah, I would not consider myself anti-AI conceptually, but in the current moment, I feel like I kind of have to be anti-AI. I'm anti the current implementation of AI and the current expansion of it. The way it's being done is sickening and should be stopped. And thankfully, a lot of places are trying their hardest to do exactly that. I mean, this is legitimately one of those issues in the US that's come up in the last year that have both people on the left and right actually agreeing with each other, which is awesome. Like, that this is one of those issues that's just deeply unpopular with the average American. Because it's already displaced people. Like, and it's not gonna stop unless we force them to stop. So I can only hope that there is more and more pressure to deal with it politically to either stop and reassess or slow it down and actually regulate it. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it needs to be regulated. Stopping is one thing, but like the fact that it's not being regulated heavily is psychotic. But I mean, with the current people in charge, it's not a shock at all. So I can't say I'm shocked, but it's absolutely sickening how much they've been able to get away with already. The only reason I say stop is because, like, they've done so much damage so quickly already that stopping them is, like, not an unreasonable thing. I don't know if it's necessarily the best option, but it certainly needs to be on the table. Every time you read a news headline from the US, you get more and more confused. I forget, where are you from again? I know you're not American. That much I know. Portugal. What about a US headlines got you confused? I could try and help, perhaps. The tone? I mean, American news is very sensationalized, if that's what you mean. We use very eye-popping language. But it seems like people just accept that Trump announcing for a third term is perfectly acceptable and reasonable. Well, see, here's the thing. Most people don't believe that, but one thing you gotta know about the US currently is that, especially in the last year, most of the media, most of the corporate media, like the popular media in this country, has been consolidated into the hands of very few people, and literally all of those people are right-wing or MAGA. So, it's quite literally, like, the term I heard for it is essentially sane washing. It's taking the insanity of a guy like Donald Trump and making it seem more normal by not, like, making a big deal out of the statements he says. Or trying to justify it. Like, constitutionally, he cannot run for another term. There is literally no wiggle room for him to do that legally. Not by running for a term, not by becoming VP and then having the other guy resign immediately. He's not allowed to do that either. There is no legal way for him to be the president after January 9th, 20th, 2029. All the stuff he's allowed to do, but when someone wears a beige suit... Actually, it was a tan suit. It was a tan suit. And he eats hot dogs with Dijon mustard or Grey Poupon or whatever. God forbid a guy put some mustard on his hot dog. I mean, we just live in an insane country. Feel like the stuff 30 years ago wouldn't fly at all? Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is, again, sane washing, among other strategies. The people feel powerless in response to the strategies that Trump and his goons have done. It'll take a lot of explaining, but essentially the strategy is this. And this is stuff that's been said out loud by people in Trump's, like, orbit, and people who have run and helped with his campaign. There's a strategy called Flood the Zone, where essentially you do 10 bad things a day, and you do so much bad in a day where the news can only report on 1, 2, maybe 3 of those things, and then you just get away with 7 really bad things if you did 10 bad things. Because there's just not enough, like, ability for people to process every single bad thing. So you do so much bad that you normalize people to the fact that you do bad things, and you just slowly up the ante every day, every week, every month, every year. And you just do this over and over and over. And this has literally been the strategy for the last decade by Trump and his people. And now it's gotten to the point where the news, again, consolidated into the hands of right-wing billionaires who justify away and just make it not a big deal that Trump announces that he's running for a third term. or floats the idea, or jokes, quote-unquote jokes about it. That's another strategy Trump does, by the way. He jokes about things he actually wants to do, tests the water, and then if he feels like he'll have enough actual support, then he'll just do it. He'll really do it in a year's time. So yes, the people are tired and they do feel powerless, but it's not because it just happened that way. It is a long, systematic, purposeful destruction of everyone's ability to care and their ability to be able to stay on top of things, be able to reconcile with the fact that we have these evil people running the country. I don't think it's delusional, but the likelihood of it is really low because, I mean, for one thing, we are a nuclear-armed country. Doing anything like that would be very risky and would immediately start a new civil war, like a real civil war. And do we really want to start a civil war with right-wing freaks who have the control of the military currently? I think the better idea is to fight back and take over the levers of power once again. I think in all likelihood, there's going to be violence no matter what. Hold down until 2029. I mean, I think the best case scenario for us is that Trump dies before he can even attempt to stay in office beyond January 20th, 2029, when his term ends. Midterms. Yes, the midterms are coming up in less than 100 days. And currently, I don't know how aware you are, but currently the projection is that the GOP is gonna be cooked, to put it lightly. There is a very strong likelihood that at least one of the branches of Congress are going to go to the Democrats, the House of Representatives. And there is a slim chance that even the Senate goes 50 or 51 seats Democratic. In that case, Trump quite literally doesn't have very much he can do, and becomes a full-on lame duck for the rest of his term. Will that be meaningful if the run keeps being run by Mafia? It does matter, because the thing is that despite... Yeah, I understood what you meant, but the thing is that despite Donald Trump doing everything... Yes, so he does do executive orders. But the thing is that he still gets checked by the judicial branch. And, like, there is still things that even their administration have not pushed the boundary on yet. Does it mean that he won't try to just ignore Congress like he has been already? Like, we'll have to see, but MAGA controls the Supreme Court. Yes, and that is why whoever runs for president in 2028 needs to pack the Supreme Court, needs to expand it and pack it, which is legal. You absolutely can do this. There is no, like, constitutional thing that says there can only be 9 justices. This can be done. You just need someone with a strong enough will. Actually, I don't remember if there's a constitutional thing about it, but it absolutely can be done. So, like, it makes no sense the Supreme Court judges are affiliated to parties. Technically, they're not. But just in reality, they are. They're supposed to be impartial, but in reality, they've never been impartial. That's just because we live in a two-party country, we can't have judges that are truly independent. Only in a multi-party democracy of some type could we actually have a chance of judges being more impartial. But as it currently stands, that's not gonna happen. Alberta holds a referendum in October on if they stay or secede from Canada. Totally unpopular, but being pushed. I mean, from my understanding, I heard that's also, like, not constitutional in the Canadian Constitution. So that's fun. Have you heard of the NPVAC? I forgot what that stands for, but isn't it essentially the like states that all decide, like, whoever wins the popular vote wins the Electoral College. National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. Okay, yeah. I forgot what it stood for, but yeah. Yes, I'm aware. There isn't enough states signed up to it yet to actually matter, though. I'm not really concerned about that. What I'm concerned about right now is we need to win the midterms convincingly, because then it will actually put these MAGA freaks in a much worse position and a much more unpopular position if they try to consolidate power further. Because here's the thing. Donald Trump consolidating his power when he has the executive branch, both parts of Congress, the House and the Senate, both chambers, and the Supreme Court, and all the judiciaries, and a majority of governorships and such. That's one thing if he consolidates power under that. But if he loses both chambers of Congress, and then tries to consolidate his power further, that's another thing, and that's one that could actually, like, make things much more difficult for him. Do I think that it's actually going to stop the damage he's done? Honestly, no. But I do think it is a first step in taking back our country from the fascists. What's my realistic hope for midterms? Okay, realistically, I really don't know if the Democrats are actually going to win both chambers of Congress. The Senate map for this midterms is unironically the hardest one for Democrats to win, because senators are up every 6 years, and they're not all up at the same time every time. So this slate of states that are up for re-election are actually really hard for the Democrats. But the thing that gives me any hope at all is the fact that on a generic ballot, polling has shown the Democrats are up anywhere between 7 and 11 points nationally against the GOP. So there is states where it leans Republican that are very much now competitive. Well, Congress is both chambers, the House and the Senate. I think there is a very high likelihood Democrats win the House. I don't think it will be a very strong majority, but it will be enough. I think they'll win the House. If they win the Senate, I literally think it's going to be 50 or 51. So they are congressmen, but the House and the Senate are two separate chambers. No, like you would call them senators. Generally, people call representatives congressmen, but anyways, the point is, yeah. I think they have a very good chance of winning the House. The Senate is very much a literal coin flip, in my opinion. And obviously, the presidency, we gotta wait until 2028 to see who wins that, but I think, I would be shocked if Democrats didn't win. Will some governors change too? Yeah, I think so. I'm not as focused on governorships, but I think there is a good chance of governorships also changing to Democrats as well. I mean, the general trend has been that every special election that's been held since the start of Trump 2.0, like especially within the last year, have very heavily skewed Democrat in terms of who won. So there is a very good chance of actually taking back some level of power from these people. Again, I don't think it's really going to change that much of what happens in the next 2 years. But it's one of those things where it's like, if we don't win at least one thing, then people will actually give up hope. Winning back at least the House would actually fire up people and give them some hope that there is the ability to push back against these freaks. Even if it effectively doesn't do much until 2029. One thing that also gives me a little bit of hope, though, is that a lot of people who've been winning the primaries for the Democrats are, like, people on the more left side of the spectrum, especially in recent primaries. So if we keep letting actual left-wing people win these primaries and go on to win the general, then we actually could have a chance of not just symbolically taking power away, but actually doing something with that power. So that there's still hope for actual things to happen, but at the very least, we need to at least show our disdain against these people. Did the DNC actually learn something? No. In fact, they're actually doing everything in their power to stop the left-wing candidates. It's just the mood in the country is that sour against centrists and corporate Dems that they're still actually losing some of these primaries now. Like, the amount of DSA candidates who have won their primaries in the last, like, month or two is actually insane compared to how many there are in the country. Like, the mood is certainly shifting. And there's a couple races that are going to be happening in August, like primaries, that are very much like everyone is watching to see what happens on the Democratic side. On the GOP side, it's literally just whoever gives Donald Trump the best head. That's who wins the primary. So we don't need to even really focus on Republican primaries that much. The answer is just whoever loves Donald Trump the most and will rubber stamp everything he does. What was the last thing you heard me say? Essentially what I said was like, yeah, so the mood in the country is that people are voting for left-wing and more specifically DSA candidates as well in certain areas of the country as well. But left-wing in general are doing a lot better in the Democratic primaries. And this upcoming week in August and August in general, a lot of very high stakes primaries are going to be happening. Probably the most important one to look at is going to be the Michigan Senate primary. That race is actually the embodiment of everything that's going on in the Democratic politics in terms of which wing of the party is like doing everything in their power to fight against the other. I mean, the Michigan Democratic primary is quite literally not DSA candidate, but like a very left-leaning, very pro-Palestine, anti-genocide candidate versus someone who's gotten $40 million from just AIPAC, the like Israeli, American-Israeli PAC that gives money to races to, basically do pro-Israel legislation. So this race in particular is a must-watch. And I will... Yes, Abdul El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens. Absolutely, that is correct. Abdul El-Sayed is the one who we want to be rooting for, in my opinion. Haley Stevens is a corporate bot candidate through and through. By the way, Abdul is literally getting outspent 6-1 in this campaign. And almost all of that money from Haley Stevens is corporate money and AIPAC money. Like, this is certainly high up in terms of most expensive Senate primaries. It's actually kind of insane. They actually just did a debate yesterday, and the polling that came out of that was very bad for Haley Stevens, to say the least. To be fair, it is an online poll, so honestly, online polls can't be taken that seriously. But it literally was, I think, 94-6 or something insane like that. That Abdul won that debate. And frankly, he did. Even the moderator had to fact check Haley Stevens in real time to be like, no, Abdul did not say that about you, or no, that's not right. So it was very interesting. By the way, partially the reason I care so much about this race is that I am from Michigan. I don't currently live in Michigan, but I lived in Michigan for the first 22 years of my life. Or, no, 23 years of my life, something like that. So I'm very much... I very much stand with my Michiganders and want the best for them. I don't want a corporate stooge to represent them. Oh, yeah, dude. See, that's another thing. If you took AIPAC money literally just 4 years ago, no one cared. No one would even know what AIPAC is. If you told them, hey, this person takes money from AIPAC, they'd be like, dude, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care. We need to do something about the Upper Peninsula. You wanna do something to my fellow Yoopers? Don't touch my Yoopers. But yeah, what we were talking about, Leave. Americans have wised up to the fact, especially AIPAC in particular, of the fact that these politicians take insane money from corporate lobbies and foreign government lobbies. And this very much has become a sort of litmus test, especially in Democratic primaries. The Republicans don't care. They don't care about this nearly as much. But, like, in Democratic primaries, especially recent ones, this has been not only a talking point, but, like, an actually successful talking point for candidates that don't take corporate money, like Abdul, against corporate stooges like Haley Stevens. Michigan is considered a purple state? Yes. It is a purple/battleground state. So it's also, again, Michigan, quite literally just because of how our system is structured, is just one of the most important states in the country. Like, when I lived in Michigan, I actually felt very important because my vote actually mattered. My vote literally could decide the future of the country. So that's another reason why I feel so strongly about it. It's like, people who vote in Michigan actually change the politics of this country. Because of the stupid structure we have. I mean, it's not as important for just a Senate race, but like certainly in presidential races, it is vital to win Michigan. Unfortunately, I think we're going to be stuck in Utah for at least another year. I would love to go back to Michigan, though. Yeah, if the compact was passed, your vote would always matter. See, here's the thing. I feel like enough states would sign up for the compact, and then the Supreme Court would, like, step in and be like, actually, this is unconstitutional. You can't do this. Like, I don't know if you know this, but the Supreme Court was literally one vote away from turning myself into a non-US citizen. Think about that for a second. Literally one vote could have changed the fact if I was a US citizen or not. It was the case of birthright citizenship. So there was a very real chance that overnight I could have legitimately just not been a US citizen anymore in the eye of the government. Even if it was blatantly unconstitutional, by the way, which it is. By the way, a real Supreme Court that actually looked at the Constitution, that would be a 9-0 decision. Actually, no. It wouldn't be a 9-0 decision because they wouldn't take the case because it's blatantly unconstitutional. Birthright citizenship is literally, unironically, one of the most clear things in the Constitution. So this is a literal kangaroo court. The fact that we only kept the birthright citizenship by one vote, even though it's blatantly written out in the Constitution, like super clearly, is absurd. The fact the case was even taken is absurd. Everything about it is absurd. This country sucks. But there's always potential to make it better. At least until we go point of no return. I don't think we're at that point yet, but we are so close that it hurts. I mean, we are in a constitutional crisis, but I also do think there is still a chance for us not to go back to the status quo. That isn't going to happen, but to stop the country from fracturing completely. Everything is just so nonsensical. Yeah. Don't disagree with that one. I mean, frankly, got Elon Musk saying Trump is a predator and he takes young child. Yeah. These people don't stand for anything. They don't actually have any real morals. The only thing they care about is enriching themselves and having power. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I feel like we've been down on this road for a long time. Basically my whole life, especially after, or especially since 2015. But I feel like all of this has just become like a fever dream of just the most nightmarish things and people being constantly in control of everything since 2023. I feel like everything beyond that point has just been nightmare after nightmare. It's just kind of sickening. I mean, yeah, it's a really big problem, but the problem isn't just them. I mean, a lot of Gen X is equally as cooked as these boomers and silent gens that are somehow still alive are. And even a lot of Gen Z, especially young men, have been trending to the right as well. Maybe not nearly as much as like boomer men, but it's still a worrying number that it's not just age alone. We definitely have to deal with it at a systemic level. We can't just wait them out completely. That's not a good enough strategy. Because another thing is that there's enough people out there in the world that aren't part of the boomers that maybe right now they aren't bad people, but if you give them the incentives to be bad people, they will be bad people. So I don't think it's really just a boomer problem. I definitely think it's a structural incentive problem that we will have to systematically change and dismantle depending on what we are talking about. Man, I hate talking like this because I remember like just a single decade ago, I did not care about stuff in the same way. Like I was into politics, but I wasn't thinking like, wow, this country is completely cooked and we have to dismantle the entire system and start over. I never thought that 10 years ago. Most people, I think, didn't think that 10 years ago. Now I'm thinking like, shoot, I don't think there's a way to keep the country without completely rewriting the system in some way. Like, maybe rewriting the Constitution wouldn't even be a bad thing at this point. But of course, I don't want the people that are currently in charge to try and do that. So, And then 2 obsidian. Yeah. I don't know. I very much... This might sound weird, but I feel like my ideology is very much one of a pessimistic optimist. I do not delude myself into thinking that the world is gonna get any better in the near future, or maybe even in my lifetime. But I also keep an optimism level in me that's enough for actually being able to do my part and enact change in any way that I feel like I reasonably can. Not give up, essentially. I don't delude myself into thinking that everything will be okay, but I also don't believe in giving up or thinking that nothing can ever change. There's gotta be a better word for that, right? Because I feel like the only way I can describe that is being a pessimistic optimist. Pessimistic anti-nihilist? Maybe. Yeah, because I wouldn't be a nihilist in that case. I mean, maybe in some objective sense nothing matters, but it sure does matter when I'm alive. Like, maybe we all go to the same place of empty nothingness at the end of it all, but that doesn't mean that we should treat each other this poorly in our time alive. I don't know, thinking about everything that's happened, especially just in the last few years, is kind of a lot, but I don't want to be ignorant. I did say I wanted to not dive too hard into a kind of sad topic, but kind of did that anyways. Nah, it's fine. If I felt like it was getting too far, I would say something, but this is one of the things I do care about, so I just try not to talk about it every single stream, though. I think it gets a little grating if I do, or at the very least, like, I'm not trying to be like a political podcast or something. God, that would completely ruin my life. But I will say my real opinions. I don't really hold back on that. But I don't make it the entire point of like this project or anything, you know. uh Not really. Not frequently enough for me to like care. See, the thing is that I don't watch streams anyways. I don't have the time to watch streams. I guess I could theoretically listen to them, but I'd rather listen to like news or like just other things. I mean, I'll watch like YouTube channels that are primarily focused on news, but streamers, not really. I mean, frankly, I don't really know that many good political streamers anyways that are like actually aligned with my politics. Feel like they're all bad. I mean, the thing is that with streaming I feel like just lends itself to being the most hyperbolic version of yourself. So I feel like being a streamer is just like you're just gonna end up not necessarily being a bad person, but just sometimes missing the mark or being way too overly heated on something that doesn't require yourself to be. Or maybe even saying things that, even if they might be technically true, just maybe you shouldn't say, or just say things that are straight out wrong, but, you know, you're saying it live on stream, so, you know. But yeah, I generally don't watch political streamers. I mean, obviously I'm not gonna watch anyone on the right-wing spectrum. Like, if I'm actually caught watching, like, a Nick Fuentes type stream, you may as well just send me to the ice camps now. There's no hope for me. I guess what I should say is regularly watch them. Like, watch them as my main source of news. Of course, I will see what they're talking about, so that way, like, I understand what the heck is going on in terms of spin, but actually tuning in to be like, I don't know what's going on. I think Nick Fuentes is going to be my news source. Or the person I trust the most to give me the real news. I mean, frankly, I also just don't know a lot of, like, good left-wing, like, not just streamers, but even just, like, actual news sources. Especially because in the US, like, at least, like, corporate news, there isn't a left-wing, really. It's either just fully right-wing or, like, centrist apologist type news, for the most part. You pretty much just have to go to independent news sources for, like, anything actually left. Vox, I would consider centrist. Maybe slightly left. I also haven't looked at Vox in a very long time, so my opinion of them could be very outdated. Honestly, though, even though I very much care about this stuff, I also just have been tuning into the news a lot less lately. Not because I want to be less informed, but because I genuinely just need to not go insane. Although I say less, I still check, like, basically every day. But I won't, like, be reading articles for, like, half an hour to an hour every single day. I'll just kind of skim on days where I feel like I don't have the patience to deal with everything going on. So I'll still get a vague idea of what's going on, but I can't do that every day currently. Just because I have other things I have to focus on. I can only take... Don't disturb my pick. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm aware. It's still got a little bit of red durability. As soon as it goes, I switch. But yeah, I'm still aware of what's going on, just to kind of not deep diving as much, just because one, I don't have time, and two, it's probably just not healthy for me. Especially not American news, dude. If you consumed American news, like, exclusively every single day, you'd probably go insane, too. Dealing with American news every day is just, like, basically trying to actually decipher what's really going on through the millions of dollars worth of spin. Gotta follow the Iceland referendum. This is a symptom of being American, low-key. I got no idea what's going on in Iceland. Is it anything I should be concerned about or would find interesting? Yeah, if you sent another message, I didn't see it. Also, Iceland holds a referendum next month on resuming talks to join the EU. Okay. I did not know that Iceland was not in the EU, but I don't see why they shouldn't be a part of it. Unless you have a spicy take for me, I have no real opinion and no stakes. I am not European, and I don't follow European politics. Most of the European politics I follow is just as a consequence of what we've done to all of y'all. Actually, I don't know. Is Portugal part of the EU? Like, is it an EU member? I assume it is, but it is, yeah. It'd be weird if it wasn't. Mmm. That's actually a valid concern, I think. I mean, it feels a little silly from an outsider's perspective to be like, that's the like one of like the only reasons you wouldn't want to join the EU, or like the major reason. But I mean, if that's their economy, then That's actually something you really have to consider, right? Now the thing is that would joining the EU offset that? That's the real question, right? Because like, if you let other countries fish, but you get so much more benefit out of it that it doesn't matter. I guess that's the ultimate question, right? Or like one of the questions to consider. Egg, yep. What's up? Why you might not want to accept Iceland veto rights. You heavily criticized for being so slow and never doing anything. Yeah, that's true. The more nations you add, the more possibility for singular member to hold it hostage. I mean, wasn't Hungary guilty of doing stuff like this, if I remember correctly? I'm sure they're not the only one, but like, got rid of Orban last month. I did see that. That seemed like a very like good thing. I mean, the replacement doesn't seem like that great, but like certainly better than that. Yeah, honestly, maybe changing it from like unanimous to maybe either majority or even super majority would be good. Like, how would you feel if it required 66% or like 6 out of 10 or what, however you want to do it, 60%? I think that would be pretty reasonable. Because that would still be like a strong majority. It wouldn't be like 51-49 or something. I mean, I don't know how many two-thirds of countries and two-thirds of population. That would be harder to deal with, I think, but I could see that work. I mean, this is the problem with representation sometimes. I mean, this is a problem in the US where like the small states kind of hold us hostage in the Senate because they get just as much voting power in the Senate as really big states. Like California has the same amount of senators, which is 2, the same as Wyoming, which is also 2. But the population difference between them is literally like 40 million. Just recently visited Gibraltar. We had to queue up with all the non-Europeans to show your passport at the border enter, despite being a UK citizen. Well, the UK voted to leave the EU, so that is the consequence. Wait, that's hilarious, though. Yeah, I was gonna ask how many members there are, because I don't know what like a majority would even look like. But yeah, I think it would be in the EU's best interest to change unanimous vote to like majority or super majority vote. I'm gonna choose to believe that that's actually the only reason the UK left. Because that's way funnier. Basically, EU's missing Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, UK, Balkans, Moldova, and Ukraine. I think you're forgetting I think you're forgetting Russia, buddy. Russia would absolutely love to be part of the EU, right, guys? They also wanted to ban powerful vacuum cleaners. A gold, yes, the beacon. We're almost done with this chunk. And then, yeah, this is the last chunk for tonight. Said that earlier, but in case I wasn't clear, it is very late, so... At this point, even Canada is more likely to join the EU than Russia. I mean, that doesn't even sound like the most far-fetched thing ever to me. Especially after how we've been treating Canada. Canada's part of the UK. They just need to rebel like us. Don't let the French read that. Quebec will remember. Oh, no. Let me not accidentally mine the beacon. That has happened before. Yeah, I wish my country wasn't so insane so I could actually have more time to learn about other countries and cultures. I don't have enough time to focus on American news and also care about everywhere else in the world. That is a good plan, Jess. I support you in this endeavor. Honestly, I look at the direction you guys have gone, and it seems like the UK is just cooked. So, yeah, I think you are in your... It's in your best interest to leave. Don't say literally anywhere. I don't think that's true. Finland sounds like a cool place. St. Helena. Now that's an idea. I mean, Finland at least has like mandatory military service, so there's a theoretical chance they might be able to do something, but it's not the best thing to think about. I didn't miss any blocks. Cool. Alright, we're just about done here. Very nice. Oh, dang. That's actually kind of crazy on that referendum. Alright, let's punch this in. Chunk 265. 265. What's the time on this? 1 hour, 32 minutes, 37 seconds. No pickaxe is broken. How many diamonds did I get? Diamond ore. 4351. So that is 6 diamond ore. And then how many diamonds? 11. Okay, and then blocks and deep slate. Three, 9, 4. And then 6. 14,409. And deep slate is 12.8k. Okay, cool. Alright, well, that's everything punched in, and that is our third and final chunk for the night. I will be back tomorrow for more chunking. Continue the streak, as I still don't have work. I go back to work August 4th.